It's week 6 of the 2024 season, where division rivals will clash in the NFC West. It's the Monarchs and the Antlers on Thursday night.
As the weekend approaches, let's settle in and end the week right, with an outstanding Thursday night contest here with the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right up.
Ball teed up, Austin Seibert out for the kick. And we're underway in prime time on Thursday Night Football. They'll bring him down on the return as he gets this to the 33. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And leading them out is someone who became an absolute superstar last year as a rookie. Drafted second in 2023, it's C.J. Stroud.
That's a loss last week, Kate, that he wears. He's worn it all week long, and I know he isn't the only guy out there. There's 11 on the side on every play, but a couple of interceptions, he's going to hold himself accountable. A lot of work's gone into making sure this week's game is an improvement on that.
We'll have him gain about a handful there. Christian Benford up to make that stop.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes second and third down a whole lot easier to manage.
Stroud off the play fake. That's going to be caught. Tony Pollard. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he's stopped. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Up the middle, here goes Pollard. And again, they stall him out at the line. He couldn't get it.
As that linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field, all I'm thinking about right now, Kate's training camp. Because that's the middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
They're bringing out Mitch Wisnowski to punt it away on 4th. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. And the fair catch made here at the 15. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. And leading them out to the #1 overall pick in this year's draft out of USC, a player with immense promise, Caleb Williams.
He gave us all the excitement we could hope for last week, but it wasn't all in a good way, at least for his team. Never knew if his throws were going to end in a touchdown or turnovers, and he had a couple of both by the end of the loss. You don't want him to lose that gunslinger mentality. You just want him to be a little more thoughtful with each and every decision.
Has it to his back. Here's Josh Jacobs. And he's going to be brought down after getting this up to the 22.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Complete beyond the marker. And he'll get it up to the 27. Give him 3 on that game. And it sets up first down. Out of the gun, here's Williams. Hopkinson reels it in. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. In the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board on the first drive as a defense, and now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. Sending the tight end in motion left. 3rd down, here's Williams. Cover man is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete.
That's a nice job there by the linebacker. He kind of looks like a cornerback on that, doesn't he? Perhaps those cover guys are going to have a little fun with him in practice this week because he looked like a DB right there, swatting the incompletion.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. The Antlers and receiver Mike Evans headed back out. And teams just have not been able to keep this guy out of the end zone in the first half of the season. He is pacing the NFL and receiving touchdowns. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They'll start this one on the ground with Pollard. Runs into traffic and hits a wall, no gain. That was Montez Sweat who took him down. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here.
2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line.
From the gun, Stroud. Got it, man, it's Gesicki. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Trying the inside handoff to Pollard. And he'll be brought down after getting it to the 47-yard line. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine, and that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost when he busts those tackles.
We've arrived at the end of one on Thursday night. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. Back in a moment with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Xavier Woods up to make the tackle. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5. On play action, here's Stroud. He gets this one to Smith-Schuster. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
That's complete, Mike Evans. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And that'll be a 1st down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
And he has enough room to gain about 4.
You know, gains that seem a little tougher to get against a front, gosh, this QB just makes routine. Such effortless running to pick up a handful on that designed run.
Operating from the gun, it's Stroud. Looking end zone, but touchdown denied. Knocked away, incomplete. That throw doesn't lead to 6. So now they're going to have to figure out this 3rd down. Here's Stroud. Into traffic, complete. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
Looking to throw, Stroud. Cut near the goal line. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, there was never a play in any playbook I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. But if there's any solace, at least it was first down. A couple more chances to make up for it.
Now a toss. It's Pollard. And they bring him down, but there's a flag on the field. So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Running it after the penalty. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. The rookie from Miami, they're on the stop. They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. Shotgun now, first round. He's got it. Touchdown. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even in early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
Blake Groupie to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Here's Wishnowski now to handle the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Williams from the gun. A quick slant into the hands of Downs. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Pass taken in by Diggs. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting the first. New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. Running back sent in motion left. Sticking in the air, it's Williams. Escapes the pocket. He can run it. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs. Offense up to the line fast. First down throw by Williams. Cut by Diggs. And he works this to the 38 before going down. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Working from the gun, Williams. That'll be complete to Jacobs.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Diggs there to bring it in. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. Jacobs is into the end zone. Touchdown! The Monarchs earn the chance to tie before halftime. It's a Josh Jacobs touchdown. Austin Seibert on to try the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Monarchs tie this game 7-7. It's all lined up. Seibert now ready to send this flight. Fielded at the 7. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Antlers and Tony Pollard headed back out there offensively. And you can see he's done his part on offense this season, sitting second right now in the league in rushing touchdowns. We'll see how they choose to use these final 22 seconds, Brock, of our first half. First down, Stroud. That pass is caught by Smith-Schuster. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. Stroud throwing here on first. Makes the grab in bounds, left side. That's going to pick up the first down after a gain of 26. Shotgun snap, they're going to throw. This finds Evans, complete. We'll head out of bounds after a small gain. Field goal unit out there on second down as they try for 3 here before halftime. Ball on the right hash, the distance 43 yards. Mickatommy's kick is good. And that's going to break our tie and give them a 3-point advantage.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lock. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Looking to throw. Oh, he put some heat on this deep ball. He's got it inside the 25. And somehow they've reached the end zone with no time remaining in the half. So late in the half, Brock, why not take a shot downfield? And their prayers are answered as they come up with that late touchdown.
You know, this is just a case of who wants it more. If you're in that secondary, all you're thinking is knock the ball down.
Yeah.
Even if you make some contact, right? They rarely call pass interference on plays like that. But somehow, some way, the ball winds up as a touchdown.
Seibert now to add the extra point. And his kick is good. What an ending to our opening half as they take the lead. So we've reached the halftime break. The Monarchs leading so far on the road. Now we'll jump from the West Coast to the East Coast, down to our studios in Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Brock in just a moment. But first, let's give everybody a look at what's coming up later this weekend around the NFL. We'll get our tour started out at Venerable Soldier Field in Chicago. And they are seconds away from halftime, all tied in that one. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. We just watched a solid first half from the 2022 rushing champ, Josh Jacobs. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break. These two teams heading out of the tunnel, and we're ready to get back to it. For the call of the second half, here is the great Kate T. Scott. Kate?
Here's Wisnowski now to handle the kickoff. Devin Duvernay to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. Well, Brock, it only took them one play to reach the end zone last drive. They might have to work a little bit harder this time out. Jacobs gets it to start the drive. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Halfway there on first down, that brings up 2nd and 5. Out of the gun, here's Williams. Pass complete to Duvernay. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. New set of downs for him at the 38. Running back sent in motion. First down, Williams. And he rocks the tackler. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down. Jacobs running behind center. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there.
I think we got to be careful, and I'll raise my hand of thinking that play was just a nothing burger. Because what can happen from that, Kate, is you put some nice toppings on it. A play-action pass, a shot that comes down the road from what looked like a very plain play.
And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. Out of the pistol, Williams. Throw complete to Sinnott. And out of bounds right at the 40-yard line.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. You are not going to see a better punt than that. He picked the perfect angle, and it flies out of bounds at the 1. No chance at a return. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. On the ground, Pollard. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
And it's a 3-yard gain through the traffic. Ed Oliver there to make the stop. Looking at a tough spot to punt it away if this 3rd down is unsuccessful. Again, a run with Pollard. A 5-yard gain. That's going to bring up 4th and 3.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run. But I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon, who created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake. I wanted to watch the damage he could do like we just saw.
The Antlers now readying for the punt. And he'll try to have his 2nd punt top his 1st one. First punt win 45 yards. This looks considerably further. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. That punt goes 63 yards. And they'll get ready to go on offense. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Handoff here to Jacobs. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. Harrison Smith in on the stop. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. First give of the game here to Chase Brown. Massive hit. The ball is out. And no turnover. It's going to stay with the offense. Ooh, so close to a big play defensively there, Brock, but now these guys got to stay out there. They were unable to bring in the fumble. They just forced.
They do. Got to bring a little bit of juice, but kind of like a boxer when they get a guy cut, they know. Man, if I get that first cut, I can make them bleed. And you get that ball out the first time, I guarantee you, I promise you, those guys are thinking they'll get it the next.
That's going to pick up the 1st down after a gain of 26. We've reached the end of the 3rd quarter on this Thursday night. They've got it with a lead, hoping to carry it across the finish line. First and 10 now from the 30. To throw is Williams. That finds Jacobs, complete. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Motioning left is their running back. Here's 2nd and 2. Cut by Jacobs. And they get this down to the 7-yard line. 14 yards on a nice play there, and it gives them 1st and goal.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back. I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job, but I just showed you I could do yours.
They'll run Jacobs. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth, yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
And now we'll have to take a moment for an injured player, and it's a significant one. Tight end T.J. Hawkinson in some pain after the play. Buckle up, it's 3rd and goal. Here's Williams. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. Talk about coming up clutch with that contact on 3rd and goal, partner. And now a decision for this offense to make on 4th down.
We know how hard it can be defensively in these goal-to-go situations. We know that you have got to be on point, every attention to detail. That's a job well done by that defense. Kate, it's 3 more on the scoreboard, but both sides really know it's all about one possession here in the 4th quarter when it really matters.
It's all lined up. Seibert now ready to send this flying. This return starts at the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The offense headed back to the field. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner, so hopefully this one has some better legs to it. 1st and 10, it's Pollard. And the plunge up the gut yields nothing there. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10.
No gain on the play. Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 28-yard line.
Right back to Pollard. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so shy of that 1st down. 3rd and a lone yard coming up.
3rd and 1.
Looking to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. They get 6 and a 1st down as well.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Brought in by Juju. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. The end result there, 15 yards and a 1st.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
Here's Stroud on 1st and 10. It's caught. That's Mike Williams. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the 1st down. From the red zone now. That's complete to Juju. And he takes this one down to the 10 before hitting that sideline. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2.
From the gun, they go with Pollard. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their 1st. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. Pollard is in. Touchdown. The Antlers cut it to a point late in this one. Tony Pollard with the touchdown. So they get the all-important touchdown here late in the game, Brock. Now the question, play for the tie or go for 2 and the lead?
And I know they've got all these charts and numbers and analytics to tell you what to do, but this comes down to the gut and the trust of the head coach. Does he trust his offense more to go get this 2-point conversion, or is he going to lean in his defense and believe that they can get the stop?
Here's Wishnowski now to handle the kickoff. Here's Duvernay on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Monarchs and Caleb Williams running out for their next drive. And he'll be happy to keep letting it fly as much as he has all game. Look at these numbers. They show just how effective he's been in captaining this offense. They'll motion him out of the backfield. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Gotta hurry this to the line. Short pass brought in. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Keeping that pace going as the clock continues to run. Finds his man down. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. Completed over the middle. And they're going to hold him down just shy of the 40. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that first down play. Running on first here with Jacobs. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. Going run again with Jacobs. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. The defense takes its third and final timeout. 2 timeouts remaining and some time left to use them. It's 1st and 10. Now a shotgun handoff to Brown. And that run very short, only getting to the 27. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. Still one more in their pocket to use. 2nd down now, 7 to go. A give to Jacobs on the inside handoff. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. Now the offense going to take its 3rd and final timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. So a big kick coming up for Austin Seibert. It's on the right hash for this 39-yarder. That one is good! And they're going to take the lead inside the final minute.
I know that was a kick he could make in his sleep, but with the game on the line, he delivered.
It's all lined up. Seibert now ready to send this flying. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Their offense returning to the field for another possession. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. Setting up to pass. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there when you saw the field. It's going to be 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line.
He'll look to throw it. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Trying to push it deep downfield. That's grabbed inside the 30. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So that's it for us here. Brock Heward, our crew, I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Monarchs, as with that, we sign off from Portland.
It's week 6 of the NFL, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Desperados and the Thunderbirds, and it comes your way next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Hey, football fans, glad to have you all with us early in this NFL season. It's Kate Scott and Brock Heward with you, and we've got a couple of teams here, Brock, on much different trajectories here early in the opening third of this calendar.
Yeah, but we're at a part of the season, and you know this, partner. The records can still be deceiving, right? So don't look at that win-loss column and immediately say this one's a landslide. Some teams start a little slow before they surge. Some start fast, have some injuries, and we know what happens over a long season. But that pick...
To kick off, here's Ryan Stonehouse. And we're off and running from Louisville. Starting from the 5. His return gets him to the 32-yard line before he's taken down. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And bringing them out, you cannot call him irrelevant ever again. Took his team to the Super Bowl last year. It's Brock Purdy.
Hey, it wasn't a banner game you had last week, stuff in the stat sheet, but still one that falls squarely into the good territory. Had a couple touchdowns to make up for the one interception, and his effort was enough to be one of the pillars in their win, and certainly some momentum to build on today.
And they were able to grind him to a halt after a pickup of 4. Well, as we get a look at their key inactives this week, we can tell they've dealt with their fair share of injuries, but Brock still playing a lot of winning football.
They've just been able to feed off that adversity. Every time they've won with guys out, you could just feel it. It's like a boost. Just that boost of morale that we can do this. And those guys who are out, the ones recovering, well, you know they love to see it. It's pushing them to recover and get back out there so they can be a part of this run.
Looking to throw on 3rd and 2. Schultz with the catch. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
He's got Devontae Smith. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Play action now with Purdy. Bails out of the pocket quick. He tucks it and takes off. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
You know, before the snap, right before the snap, you may have to take off if the read isn't there. That was a great adjustment made at the perfect time for the first down.
Purdy throwing here on 1st. And someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Darius Slay has it. So the first drive of the game ends not in points, Brock, but in an INT.
And I get it. Opening drives aren't always going to end up with points or a touchdown. Good thing, though, there's a lot of opportunities left to make up for that miscue and go get yourself back in rhythm and back on script.
So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. And they'll be led out by a player who had a string of wins to end his 2023 season. Now in his 6th year, Mason Rudolph.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
He'll get it to Brandon Ayuk. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 22 on that one. And it'll give him a first down.
1st and 10 at the 44-yard line.
First carry here for Aaron Jones. And he'll be met near the line to limit the gain to a yard. Kyle Duggar holding him down. A look at his numbers on the ground from last week here.
Brings up 2nd and 9 at the 43-yard line.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They'll try and throw it here. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
A 4-yard loss.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
And he's brought down after pushing to that 35-yard line.
Awareness. You've got to be aware. Play caller, quarterback, receiver have to be aware of where the sticks are. That route just not enough, not deep enough to extend the drive and move the chains.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that's going to get them on the scoreboard.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Kadarius Toney now to return it. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Desperados headed back out on offense as we get another look at Brock Purdy. And we're getting a look at the leaders in passing touchdowns this season here, where you will find his name among the top 5 right now in the NFL. Purdy on first down. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Shotgun snap, a give to Hall. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. Give him 13 on that play. And they'll have first down. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. First down throw by Purdy. Gets this to Woods. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. 16 yards on the play. And that'll give him a first down.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
From the 44-yard line now, first and 10. From the gun is Purdy. Taken in by Smith. We'll work it a couple of yards past the line. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. Only a solitary field goal so far as we're through one quarter. Just 3-0 is our score. More coming up after this quick break. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They're advancing it well as they face second down. Cops, this is Xavier Leggett. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. Third down, 1 yard to go. They'll try to run for it with Hall. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that first down right there.
Shotgun snap for Purdy. He's got Smith. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Working out of the gun, it's Purdy. That's complete to Leggett. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And it'll give him a first down. From the gun, it's Hall. In the middle holds. They don't get anything on the run. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10. Here's Hall once more. And this play reaches the 12-yard line before the stop is made. Give him 4 on that run. That's going to bring up 3rd and 5. Purdy throwing here. Intercepted in the end zone. Pat Surtain has it. And the Thunderbirds take possession as he makes his 4th interception of our season.
I know exactly what the quarterback was envisioning when he let that one go. Touchdown, baby. Not long after, I know exactly what he was thinking. Oh, no! Give me that one back, because the coverage baited him perfectly into that throw, and even more so, picked it off.
The Thunderbirds and Aaron Jones headed back out there on offense. And you can see with the stats there, such a weapon for this offense to utilize week in and week out. Starting the drive with a give to Jones. He'll drive it forward, but won't get beyond the line. Give that tackle to Johnny Newton. No progress on first down, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10.
At the 14-yard line.
Looking to the air here. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. He's dropping back to throw. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he'll have it up to about the 23-yard line on the play.
An 8-yard gain. It's 4th down.
So we're at the 2-minute warning here from Louisville. The Thunderbirds driving ahead. Here's someone from a family of punters, Ryan Stonehouse, on to punt on 4th. He was only needed twice in last week's win, and he gets this one away. He takes the fair catch at about the 26-yard line. So no return on that punt. And they're going to take over possession. Now this offense getting set to work here. And Brock, they are not off to a good start. 2 drives, 2 giveaways. I think they could call this a win if this drive just doesn't end in a turnover.
Yeah, there's got to be some voices of calm within this offense to play smart, not scared. Play smart and take care of the football, but you can't be scared to make a mistake, or typically one will follow.
And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. Now Purdy. This is complete to Schultz. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Sidney Brown in on that stop. Tight end reels in the shallow throw. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Here's Purdy to throw. Able to hit Hall, complete. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line. We've got an injury stoppage here, and no, not what any of us want to see. You remember the injury his rookie year. It's Breece Hall hurts on the play. They're set up at the 35 now. To throw again, it's Purdy. Oh no, they get him yet again! Darius Slay has it! And the Thunderbirds get the football as he makes his 3rd interception of this season. Oh man, Brock, somebody, those other leaders on that sideline, they've got to sit him down and calm him down. 3 consecutive drives now where he's thrown an interception.
Yeah, this defense is just all over him, seeing every throw, anticipating these routes before they're even run. When he's dropping back to throw, and I know this feeling, it's horrible as a quarterback. It feels like there's 20 defenders out there on this defense.
They'll begin this drive with barely over 25 seconds left. To throw here on first down. He's got Khalil Shakir. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
That brings us to the break. The Thunderbirds taking a lead into the locker room here in Louisville. Now we'll get you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Jacobs a touchdown run in the victory. If you missed the first half, there's not much to get you caught up on. Just the lone field goal accounting for the entirety of the scoring. A 3-0 game to this point, as both defenses have been strong so far.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our third quarter. Has this at the 6. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive in the second half. They came into this game on a 5-game win streak and currently in control of what could be a 6th straight victory. Throwing it to start this drive. Brought in by Ayuk. And he's going to go out of bounds. Looks a little short of the 35.
Whole bunch of credit goes to just about everybody on that offense, guys. Up front, and to give the QB enough time to let that play develop. Excellent effort by that receiver to stay alive and for the quarterback to scan the field and find his completion.
That's good for 7 yards. And that gives them the first. They give to Jones, right side. And he's brought down for a loss.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
Second down carry for Jones. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
This coordinator tried to show some trust and belief in his offense. A run after a negative run? Well, you lose a lot of equity and belief in that coordinator. I don't think he's going to try a third run after back-to-back negative losses.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Now that is exactly how you drew it up at halftime defensively. Make a big play. On that money down, you got to cash in on third downs. They're going to be huge in the second half. Make sure you get yourself off the field in short order, which they did, and now you give some momentum to your offense when they get the ball back.
The Thunderbirds out and ready to punt. And he wants to hit his second effort just as well as he hit his first. His first punt win 50. This is away and looks even better. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. Officially a 69-yard punt. What a kick. And they'll be backed up a good bit for this drive. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Now it's Purdy. This finds Smith. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. That play good for 17 and a first down. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
He puts some power on a deep one left. That's grabbed inside the 30. And that is a touchdown. The Desperados grab the lead on their first series of the half. Xavier Worthy, the touchdown. So no mistaking that play call, Brock. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you think on the other side defensively they'd be ready for this, but this is truly a breakdown in the secondary. They're just not able to make a play on the ball in the air, and the end result, as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
Gano ends the point after. And the Desperados take a 4-point lead. Cano ready to send this away. Here's Tylan Wallace on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. This offense getting all set for this series. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. 1st and 10, here's Jones. Good little rip there, looks like about 6. Kyle Duggar hauling him down. Give him around 6, that's gonna make it 2nd and 4.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Staying on the ground with Jones. And he's swallowed up in the middle, no gain on the run. Give that tackle to Johnny Newton. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4.
It's now 3rd and 4.
Back now, pressure on its way. That's caught for the 1st. And he'll be brought down a step or 2 shy of midfield. They're gonna mark him at the 48. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And they're gonna have a 1st down.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
And they bring him down around the 34. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And it sets up 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
Jones once more. He's pushed straight ahead, and that's maybe a yard at most. Tackled by the venerable Cameron Hayward.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. They have the ball and could use an early score. They trail to start the 4th. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Out of the gun, a gift to Jones. And this defense continuing to erase the ground game. This one stopped at the line. Drive in dire straits, it's 3rd and 9.
3rd down and 9.
They're throwing it. And there's a man there, it's intercepted. And the Desperados are gonna have it after his 2nd interception of the season. Worked through his progression, nobody available, and by the time he checked it down to the back, oh, you could almost see it coming. A defender there to intercept it.
Because those defenders have clocks too. I mean, we get so enamored talking about a quarterback's clock, but defenders do as well, and they know when that quarterback's holding the ball and holding the ball, likely a check down is coming. That is just smart defensive play.
Their offense ready to take the field now. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the 2nd half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every 1st down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up.
2nd and 3 now. From the 43. Connects with Cook. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That just might be a throw he regretted as soon as you let it go. I know that feeling. He was doing all he could to find a completion down the field, but they were all over that check down and ready to turn it into a negative play.
3rd and short, here's Purdy. Schultz with the catch. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. That's a pickup of 9. And that'll be a 1st down.
1st down, Desperado.
Now the shotgun give to Cook. And he hit a seam and got it to the opposing 44. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on 1st down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3. Looking to throw, Purdy. Walking the tightrope there, but he makes the grab in bounds. That one gains 7. And it'll give him a first down.
And an Albuquerque first down.
Back to throw. Here's Purdy. Into the hands of Schultz. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And they'll have first down.
First down, Desperado.
Now we're on here with Blake Corum. And he's brought down for a loss.
You know how we hear about teams and quarterbacks avoid targeting a stud quarterback, just throwing away from him? Well, maybe they should avoid running it anywhere near this guy. He's having no issue stopping these plays cold.
Back to the line they go. It's second down. They'll stick with Corum. And they're ready for him at the line. Couldn't manage anything there. So quickly the defense burns a timeout here. 1:57 remaining in the game. Back to throw. On target to Worthy. And he has it down officially to the red zone at the 20. Now we get another stoppage here. Just 1:52 remaining. The defense burns a timeout. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they're going to grow their lead late, but still a one-score ball game.
After I'd imagine dozens and dozens of kicks into that net on the sideline staying warm, Kate, he finally gets his chance to knock a field goal through the uprights. And of course, he wasn't going to whiff on that opportunity.
And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. This offense ready to get going again now. They are coming off their first interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. Here he is to throw. Jones reels it in. And they'll stand him up and sit him down at the line. Hurry up offense now as time runs down. He'll look to throw it. Chased out to his right. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down. Offense hurrying to the line with the clock running. And they got there in time. He's taken down. Clock working against him here as they hurry to that line. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered, and that's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
So that play doesn't work out, but things make it even worse for them. Looks like one of their big guys out front is in need of a look from the training staff. Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on fourth. To throw. Had to force it on fourth, and it's intercepted. That's Justin Simmons. And the Desperados make the play that should win them this game. Wow, an aggressive choice to go for it on fourth and that kind of distance, and an equally aggressive play in coverage to pick that pass off.
Yeah, that down and distance, you're not running it, right? Too far to get to the stick, so that defense had all eyes on the quarterback. They knew that pass was coming, and it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to execute it and go take it away. That's a big momentum swing for this defense.
Now this offense ready to head back out. That defensive stand might have been the final effort needed to seal away the victory, Brock, but can't quite take off the pads just yet. Offense has to finish this one out.
Yeah, a few things here, Kate, to keep in mind, right? You got to slow the game down as a quarterback. Take every second off the clock. If you're handling the ball, you guard it with your life, and you make sure your defense doesn't come on the field again. They just did their job. Now you got to do yours. Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And it still shows up as a victory for them, Brock, whether they score 50 or they have a rough day putting points on the board. Well, that'll do it for us, for Brock Heward and our entire hard-working crew. I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Desperados are your winners as we say so long from Louisville.
It's week 6 of the National Football League, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Pioneers and the Voyagers. All that and more coming up next on EA Sports.
At the southern tip of the Chesapeake Bay, EA Sports brings you coverage of the National Football League from Virginia Beach here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Hello again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin, Charles Davis here with you. And Charles, we look at this Virginia Beach team entering this game.
It's been a lost first month of the season, that's for sure, as they come in with an 0-4 record.
And the window's not shut on them, though. They still have a chance to make something out of this season, but it has to start right now.
Meanwhile, for our visiting San Antonio Ball Club, they were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what
Set to go now in Week 6 of the NFL season, and we are underway on EA Sports.
And he takes this near the 25, just a little pass there, call it the 26.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 2020 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
and it Love's NFL career, he had one of the best seats in the stadium watching Aaron Rodgers work. But now he's looking for more than that. Rocket arm, big play potential. And he wants to show this organization that he's capable of being a dependable starter for the foreseeable future.
Well, following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. Ball on the 30 now. Here's a 2nd down and 6.
Love looking to throw it.
We'll get this into the hands of the wideout from LSU.
9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
Virginia Beach. First down. First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
To throw now. Here's Love. Pass complete to Jalen Tolbert. And he gets this one to midfield before he's brought down. A good gain of 12 yards that time.
That's good for A. First and 10 at the
From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Over the middle, complete. It's Douglas. They'll give him 4 yards there, and that'll bring up second down.
on pickup. Second and 6 at the 46-yard line.
Throwing. Love. He'll dump this off to Achane. 2 yards on the pickup there. And now we've got a 3rd and 4. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down. Going back to Love. He's got his running back out of the backfield. Now he's loose down the left sideline. And touchdown! Devon Achane. His first touchdown on the year. And the Voyagers will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. Getting your back involved, what's the importance there in the passing game?
Well, oftentimes you can create mismatches because who's going to cover him? And you get him into space, which is where he likes to operate with the ball in his hands. Oftentimes makes people miss, gets that run after the catch, and off he goes.
And into the end zone. Elliott good on the extra point, and that makes the score 7-0. So the drive there took 6 plays. And able to get this out to the 25. So now we'll get a look at the other offensive unit as they come out for their first possession. And they will be led out by their rookie quarterback.
And you and I both know that any win is a good win, and that's what they did last week. But there was also plenty for him to work on in his game, wasn't there?
Yeah.
2 touchdowns, an interception. Yeah, you know, he wants to increase that a little bit in terms of ratio. But first and foremost, they did win the game.
Looking to throw, Penix. Pass is caught by Wan'Dale Robinson. And they nearly get this all the way to midfield. Mark him down at the 49. Call that a very strong gain of 24.
Defense gives up a touchdown on the opening drive. Offense, you got to want to get out there and get those points back right now.
And that's a sharp throw there to get this drive off to a good start. So one play, and they're already just shy of midfield. They'll run. This is Jordan Mason. He'll get it across midfield down to the 49. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. And they'll go again with Mason. Looking for a cutback lane, but nothing there as he's met at the line of scrimmage. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. Now Penix. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. 12 yards there as they keep this drive rolling. It's another first down. They'll throw with Penix. It's caught on the right side by Robinson. And he works it past the 30, almost to the 25. Zacchaeus here hauling it in. Down he goes at the 23, a pickup of 4. But yet another completion here on this opening drive, and he's now perfect 4 of 4 to start. Pretty solid execution here.
And how about how everyone's handled their nerves? Because you know what it's like to start a ball game. You're so amped up and ready to go, and sometimes the execution isn't there. They've been flawless so far. Well drilled, well prepared, and excited to start this game.
On third down, Penix from the gun. Over the middle, he completes it to Robinson. And he picks up the first down yardage as he takes it down to the 16.
That one good for 7 as this long drive continues and the chains move again. So the ball down to the 16 here for 1st and 10. Straight ahead, here's Mason. And he'll work free from one tackle, but that's about all as he's taken down. Making the stop that time, Bobby Wagner. And looking to throw, Penix. A dump off for Mason. And this play goes nowhere, losing yardage back to the 15. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, San Antonio in possession. They're 2 for 2 on 3rd down conversions on this drive. This one tough. They need 9 yards on 3rd down. To the air, Penix on the screen. This is Mason. And they'll get him down short of the 1st down, right on the 10-yard line. That one good for only 6, and it leaves them with a 4th down.
That's a nice design there, but sometimes, though, you get so many blockers out ahead of you, they kind of slow you down and force you to adjust. You always appreciate guys trying to help you, but maybe one less there could have turned this into a bigger game.
So both teams come away with points on their opening drives. Now they still trail. They answered the touchdown with a field goal, but at least able to break that goose egg here early.
And that is what's important, right? Because they didn't let that initial touchdown go unanswered. Took the ball themselves, moved it downfield, and put it through the post for 3 points. Game on.
The Voyagers offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And he's been a real threat in the red zone and beyond. As you take a look at the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns by a QB, you'll notice he's worked his way into the top 5 at this point in the season. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Pass complete to Tolbert on the crossing route. And they're able to get this one across the 35. So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Love. He finds Douglas complete. And that'll be good for 8 yards to the 45. More muscle up front for this 2nd and 2. They've got 3 tight ends out there. Here's Love. Short throw here to the tight end Bates. It'll be a pickup of 4. Good enough to earn him yet another 1st down. On the ground, this is Devon Achane. And he tried to bounce it outside, but they'll stop him behind the line. That's Jermaine Johnson stopping that play before it begins, dropping him for a loss. So the 1st down run lost a couple. Now they come up 2nd and 12. Achane here, they stay on the ground. And a good push there defensively as they stop him at the 48. Gain of just 1. What do they have for this? 3rd and 11. Now Love. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. On is the punter Townsend as he gets this one away. And this will pin him back deep. That's going to kick out of bounds right at about the 7-yard line. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. 3-2, their record through the first 5 games of the year as they got the victory last week. It's still early, just October, but what have you seen from these guys so far?
Well, what I've seen is a team that's still figuring out all their pieces because they've got some new faces from a year ago. Add in some new draft picks. Sometimes it takes a month or so before you really start to gel as a team and for those players to figure out their roles. But right now, I see them starting to elevate.
On the give, it's Mason. And he'll get him a little space here up to the 5-yard line. 4 yards on the pickup there, and now they'll have to contend with a 3rd and 13. And now we're going to get a timeout here called by the defense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this 2nd quarter. The offense on 3rd down, they've been okay, 2 for 3 thus far. This is going to be 3rd and 13. They'll hand it to Mason. And he's going to be taken down short of the first, right around the 15-yard line. And play is stopped here. Timeout. It's the defense calling the timeout here. That's their second, so they'll have one remaining here in this second quarter. We'll be right back. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. As we eke closer and closer to intermission, Charles, remember last time out they punted. They would love to get points here, especially if this is going to be their final possession of the first half.
Yeah, and this is what close games feel like because the pressure is on both sides, but sometimes the pressure is a little bit higher on the team with the slight edge because they're trying to hold on to that, trying to increase it. Let's see how this one continues.
Feels like they're getting caught in between here because they didn't completions on first and second down. Now you got to worry a little bit about the clock because you prefer not to give them another shot here in the first half. But if you don't pick up the first down, guess what? You're likely going to have to.
And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. They pick up 12 on the play there, and they move the chains. And defensively, they were in zone coverage there. Do you have to be a little careful? You're losing, playing against a good quarterback like he is, to not play too much zone?
Yeah, you have to be careful about how much time you're giving up. I think it's a good point you just brought up. So maybe if you still want to play zone, you go to a zone blitz scheme. And you can drop anyone out of your defensive front, defensive end, defensive tackle. It doesn't matter. You just exchange someone to bring more pressure towards the quarterback and still try and cover downfield.
Again, it's Love. That's caught left side by Neighbors. 5 yards. Now it's 3rd and 5.
And I think he just wanted to get the ball to one of his playmakers to see if they can make something happen, but he ends up throwing into a crowded area. And after the catch, he isn't able to do much with it.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. 7 yards there, good enough to move the sticks. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. To pass, here's Jordan Love. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down. Now a signal and a timeout call as it comes with 9 seconds to go in this first half of play. So even though it's first down, here's the field goal unit on now to try to get 3 before halftime. This will be, let's see, 38 yards out. The kick by Elliott is good. And they push the lead up to a touchdown now at 10-3. So a capper there to a pretty good first half.
And I love the way that they put a chokehold on the clock and pretty much drained everything before they put the field goal on the board as they headed into the half.
And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they'll have time for one play. That's it. 3 seconds to go before intermission. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we are off to Orlando now to check in with Jonathan Coachman and our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where you see the final score there. Josh Jacobs, a touchdown run in the victory. It was an excellent first half from quarterback Jordan Love. He has a touchdown pass, and that amounted to the only touchdown of the game for either team thus far. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. And this offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people
trying to get it to Robinson, and it's intercepted. Buda Baker with a pick, and he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. Well, the defense obviously could not have drawn up a better start to the second half. They're holding on to that slim lead, just looking for a stop. Not only do they get the stop, Charles, they get the pick six.
Another example that life comes at you fast, doesn't it? One play ago, they were defending a slim lead coming out of the break. Now they're one more stop away from thinking about a possible put-away drive.
Elliott on for the extra point. It's up and good, and that makes it 17-3. A heck of a play there defensively, getting the interception, navigating his way into the end zone for the touchdown. So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick six, and now the kick is away. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago through the pick six, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go-around.
And sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick six and you come right back out on the field. You're not over on the sidelines dwelling for it for very long. You're not hearing everyone say, hey, you'll get them next time. Hey, don't worry about it. All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out on the field with a chance to atone.
Penix working out of the gun here. Looking right side, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Joey Porter Jr. And they will finally bring this run back to an end, but not before he's down inside the 5-yard line at the 4. They brought the house that time on the young rookie, maybe a little rattled through the pick.
And you have to be prepared for a lot of pressure as a rookie quarterback because most defensive coordinators are going to test you that way. So when you see that, the ball's got to get out of your hands quickly, and that means your receivers have to understand they have to break off their routes quickly as well.
Now the Virginia Beach offense set to take over. And now they are in prime position, first and goal after the interception and return. They'll look to make it pay off for 6 points. And they're going to get him. They bring him down to the sack back at the 16-yard line. Jermaine Johnson credited with that sack. This defense coming out after the half, and if that plays any indicator, Charles, maybe a little refreshed and refocused here for quarters 3 and 4.
Yeah, they did really well on that one. That's exactly what they need to keep doing if they want to change their fortunes in this game.
First down, a bit of a disaster, and now on second and goal, back even further. Love now. And he will slide down with a good gain. A nice job of eluding the pressure there, scrambling for 11. Now, they'd really like to make the short field pay off. We'll see if they can, but this is third and goal. Flushed out right. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. A nightmare on third and goal. He's sacked, and multiple players broke through the line to get him. Now Jake Elliott for the field goal try from the right hash, and this one just a chippy. The kick by Elliott is good, and that will extend their lead even further. So the interception set him up with terrific field position, but 3 points, the end result.
Yeah, we can make this one pretty simple, partner. You always want to end drives with points, but that's one that you're going to look back on and probably say, we should have done better there.
And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Pioneers offense and Michael Penix set to take over once more. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. I kind of feel like they've reached a do-or-die point in this game, Charles. If they're going to try to pull off an impressive comeback, it has to start right here, right now.
Yeah, now they've got a final chance to get out of this situation, but they also understand they've got to move the ball and move it fast. In addition, they need to save as much time so they can get 2 more possessions.
Going for Metcalf on the deep ball. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Well, when the running game's not working, sometimes you just got to take a few more chances down the field. That's a good effort, but it winds up incomplete.
Here's Penix. Complete to Zacchaeus. And he's out of bounds, able to take this one up to the 35. So the completion good for 6 yards. And that'll bring up 4th down. Here's Jamie Gillendow as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. 44 on his first punt, and this is a good kick as well. Call that a 45-yard punt, just 2 yards there on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The home team's offense and running back Devon Achane making their way back out. And you look at his numbers as a pass catcher in this one. They've lined him up in different spots, shifted him around, and made him a real weapon in the passing game. Throw caught by Achane. The completion, but they go in the wrong direction. A loss of yards, and now they're dealing with a 2nd and long. Play action this time with Love. In trouble here, and down he goes. Back at the 8-yard line. Loss of 10 as multiple defenders get to him.
Now that was a passer's nightmare. The front door totally shut down by the defense, so he kept going backwards, hoping to find another avenue of escape. It didn't exist.
Now 3rd down and very long. Love looking to throw it. And he'll just toss it away. So he throws it away, and that brings up 4th down. They don't get the hook up there, but you really have to marvel at how precise he's been throwing the football these last couple weeks.
Oh, that's the perfect word for it, precise. Because if you're at 70% or better 2 weeks in a row, you have a job as long as you want one in this league, won't you? I mean, let's face it, it's not just West Coast offense either. He's putting the ball downfield as well.
So a change of possession here on the punt. And out will come the offense as they take over. So good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 44. Starting the drive with Mason on the ground. And a lane slow and materializing there as he'll get maybe a yard up to the 45. Now 2nd and 9. Now back to throw. And he will find his man on the end route. Complete. Will go down as a gain of 6. And this will wind up being a 3rd and 3. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Operating from the gun, Penix. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage.
It's a gain of 6. And the San Antonio.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. As we've got the final quarter upon us, we get ready to start the 4th. Looking to throw, Penix. Steps away to his left. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
You know what I like about that play? He didn't try to do too much on 1st down. He took what the defense gave him, put together a solid gain to bring up 2nd and manageable. Now they have a couple of plays to pick up just a few yards and a new set of downs.
2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down.
Many different ways to create space, but on that play, he did it with that big, wide body of his. Didn't get a whole lot of yardage on the play, but it did what it was supposed to. Pick up a first down.
Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. And they'll come up on a 2nd and 7 from the 27. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. Looking for a slot man, and he's got him. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. They like going to him in the slot. He catches another one.
I think this comes under the heading of, until they stop him, why not go back to it? He has something going really well. Great working relationship with the guy throwing the ball, and they keep making the connection.
And they work this near the 5. He'll be stopped at the 6. A solid pickup of 12 yards, and now they're knocking on the door. False start's going to push him back, but these days, how hard must it be to be an offensive lineman?
It's very hard, Brandon. You've got defensive linemen flinching, trying to draw you offside. You've got the loud crowds, and there are just so many super athletic players on defense now that you have to deal with each week. But through it all, these guys just sit in there for 4 quarters and slug it out.
Here's Mason. And here he'll get it down to the 7. The line of scrimmage, the 7 now on 2nd and goal. From the shotgun, it's Penix. He's got Mason complete. And he goes backwards on this one, losing yardage to the 7. This defense has not surrendered a touchdown yet. You better believe they're determined not to here on 3rd and goal. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. The field goal doesn't help. They're going to go for the 6 here on 4th and goal. And he's brought down. Can't do anything with the football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. He couldn't get the ball away on 4th and goal. And this long drive is going to wind up yielding nothing. And they've now made 2 trips to the red zone and still looking for their first touchdown.
Not able to punch it in, and if you're on defense, your confidence is sky high. Because mentally, you're saying, hey, you're in the red zone. We're thinking we're giving up 3. We just want to give up 6. In this case, they end up not giving up the touchdown at all. They've got to feel great about what they got done.
The drive starts with a run from Achane. Knifes his way forward here, but just 3 yards on the play. 2nd down. Tackled by Ashton Davis up from the secondary. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. From the 20, here's 2nd down and 7. Again, it's Achane. And this one will go to the 28-yard line. That one, a first down pickup of 8. Hate to be blunt, but it is just continuing to prove to be the case that this O-line is manhandling this D-line right now.
They deserve to roll up their sleeves and show up their biceps because they're doing exactly what you just described, manhandling the defensive front. They've got the leverage, they're powering through, and they're controlling this game.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11. A give, running right, Achane. And able to break 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. 2 yards still to go. 3rd down now.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the 2nd quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So for Virginia Beach, the preparation pays off as they pick up their first win on the year. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for San Antonio, the loss here will move them back to 500 at 3-3. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. So for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Next game, guess what? Charles and I will be here again. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 6 of the 2024 season, and it's brought to you by EA Sports. It's the Tigers and the Shamrocks. All that and more coming up next.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Glad to have you with us, football fans. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt up here in the broadcast booth. And Brock, one side with a clear advantage coming into this one, coming off the bye week. While their opposition, well, not only are they less rested, but they're coming off a big L as well.
Just a reality. I'm sorry, just a reality of the NFL that every season you're going to catch somebody coming off a bye or in more time to rest up than you did. And if you feel sorry for yourself, well, you're probably going to lose. When these games come along, it's time to grit your teeth and work even harder on those tired legs.
Punter Rigoberto Sanchez has it teed up and ready to go. And away we go from Dublin. Here's a return from the 7. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Bringing him out, coming off a tough rookie season as the top pick in the 2023 draft is Bryce Young.
There were times, I'll be honest with you, Kate, that I wish I played baseball. Because you have a bad outing, like this QB did last week with no touchdowns, a couple interceptions. In baseball, you get to play the next day. You get to flush it right away. He's had to sit on it all week long, and you know he wants to rectify it here.
So after their first offensive snap, we'll have a break in the action. One of the linemen in need of some attention from the trainers. All right, here we go. Second down. They give it to him again. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Martin Key there for the stop. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. Back to throw. Here's Young. That finds Hunt complete.
I'm a big fan of the screen pass. Really, you can run a screen as they just showed on any play. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, sometimes even 4th. But it takes great acumen, a great football IQ defensively to have an awareness it's coming, and then more importantly, to stop it.
And he'll get under this one and make the fair catch at the 19-yard line. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And they're brought out by the 16-year pro, rebounded from an injury last season, Matthew Stafford.
As you take the field coming off of a bye week, you really want to take advantage of what you just did. The self-scouting, the evaluating of yourself over the early part of this season, and make sure you capture what you want to do and what you have to do over the rest of the season.
First snap, and Stafford's going to throw. His throw finds Marvin Harrison Jr. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
Big play to begin the drive. That's up to the 37. Throwing now on first down. Stafford. Connection made to Dell. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. Tackled on that play by Isaiah Simmons. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
At the 40-yard line.
Stafford from the gun. Nabbed by Kyle Pitts. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
That is your old school meat and potatoes call right there. Don't even think about throwing it. Just rush it ahead and get what you need.
Throwing from the pistol, Stafford. This one quickly to Dell. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line. 2nd and 3 now.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 37-yard line.
Shotgun snap to Stafford. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
That sure ended up being worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down, and he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
Got to figure out this 3rd down here. Back to throw here, Stafford. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and 3rd downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20. The Tigers and Bryce Young making their way back out on offense. And he's been somebody who can get the scoring done with his legs just as much as his arm. You can see he's top 5 for touchdowns among NFL QBs. Young on 1st and 10. He's got Quentin Johnson complete. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. They have themselves another 1st and 10. Out of the gun, Young. Fires right away, but incomplete. Well, no look on his first look of the game. And now it's 2nd down. Young working from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And that's gonna leave him with a tough 3rd and long. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's down after getting this up to the 41.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And he's hit before he can get anything on that return. No return on that punt. And And they're going to be backed up deep in their own territory to begin this one. So here comes this offense for its second series of the game. And they're certainly hoping for some better results here after that first drive ended in a punt. On first down, here's Stafford. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
Throwing is Stafford on third. That winds up incomplete and brings an end to our opening quarter. Through one quarter, neither side breaking through on the scoreboard. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. More of the NFL on EA Sports right after this. The Shamrocks have their punt team out there now. And this will come from just inside his end zone. The return begins on their side of midfield. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. It's a 54-yard punt that time. And they're going to take over with some excellent field position. On first down, they'll run. And he gets up for a gain of about 4.
You know, Kate, these are some of the little hidden plays in a game. Right? Doesn't look like a whole lot on the stat sheet, but A, it gets you good yardage. B, it sets up your play action. And C, most importantly, keeps that defense guessing.
And he's just spinning his wheels, man, this entire first half. They drop him behind the line. So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. Shotgun snap now to Young. He's on the move. Oh, he's going to run for it. It's a gain of 22. And that'll give him a first down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. Young throwing here. Throw complete to Williams. And he's brought down. They're going to mark him at the 14.
Okay, when Bill Walsh was implementing the drag route with the 49ers in the 80s, it sounded the same way as it did with Mike Holmgren and me with the Seahawks in the 2000s. Versus man on a drag route, run away. You see zone coverage, settle down, give your quarterback his numbers, and you can find a completion just like that.
Now after battling on that run, we see one of their linemen appears to be injured and in need of some attention. 1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches. Back to the well again. And he drives this forward to the 6. A nice gain of 8 there, and that brings them to 1st and goal.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid gain, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to, because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one,
and the defender comes away with it. Sauce Gardner with the INT.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
Their offense returning to the field for another possession. By this point, partner, they are through that opening script, through trying to establish their offense, and yet still no points. Thinking it might be time to start switching things up a little bit, tear up the old game plan and start fresh.
Well, I promise you that's what's buzzing on the headsets and over on the sidelines and in the huddle. Got to find a way to just get into some sort of rhythm.
And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
It's easy for me to say up here in the friendly confines of the booth, Kate, but that was not the right read. And you hate seeing him absorb yet another hit at the end of the play. You never want him taking unnecessary shots throughout this game.
Working from the gun. Here's Stafford. Taken in by Harrison. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first. Battle coming up on 3rd and inches.
Brings up 3rd and less than a yard.
Straight ahead, here's Cook. And the defense gets there to force a small
He was
loss.
taken down behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of 2 yards.
We've reached the 2-minute warning from Ireland. The Shamrocks looking at a likely punt. Rigoberto Sanchez on the punt. And they could really use a good one here. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. And he's brought down before the return gets far. Officially a 55-yard launch. And they're going to take over possession. The offense getting set to go. And it's been a very slow start offensively. Let's see if this drive is the one they can break through and put up the game's first points. Here's Young on 1st and 10. That's incomplete, trying to set up the screen there. This one intended for the running back. So it'll be 2nd down. Young to throw it. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Now Young. Quick slant, that's Williams. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. Got Williams, and it's complete. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. They get 22 on that one. And it'll give him a 1st down. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Sticking to the air, it's Young. Short pass caught by his tight end. He picks up 15 on the play. And that gives them the 1st.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them on a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after.
Cut by Hunt. And not much doing. He stopped quickly. Before we can get a snap on 2nd down, they call timeout. Looking to throw, Young. And in for the touchdown. So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock. Getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but be real weapons when they get the ball in the passing game.
Yeah.
That's well done.
Now it's Cameron Dicker on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And they add one on to their 1st touchdown of the contest. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. Washington now to return. This return makes it up to the 25. They take over on offense now pretty late in this 1st half. And normally they'd need their sap, Brock, but facing such a small deficit, good chance they try to get a field goal here before the break. Stafford now on 1st down. Into the hands of Pitts. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. Throwing now on 1st down, Stafford. Nowhere to go with it, so he just throws it away.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
Back to the air we go on second. Stafford relocates Adonai Mitchell. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. Now Stafford again. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. Second down coming up. Stafford from the gun. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. They need some extra time to think over third and long. We've got a timeout. They'll run here. It's Zach Moss who gets it. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. Another punt coming up for Rigoberto Sanchez. And he's going to try to give his defense a long field to defend. And he finally gets a hold of one here. This is hit far. And the fair catch secure here at the 16. So no return on that punt. And hardly any time remaining for them in this game. Yep, as expected, they go to the ground to start this one off. And his drive forward halted after a couple of yards. That stop made by Derek Brown. So at halftime, the scoreboard reads 7-0. Now it's back across the Atlantic to our studios in sunny Orlando, Florida. Let's hear from Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Jacobs, a touchdown run in the victory. This has been a hard-fought battle thus far. Just the one touchdown to this point is still anybody's game at 7-0, as both of these defenses have been out there trying to one-up one another.
Washington now to return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. They'll try to get that ground game established better than they did in the opening half, Brock. See if they can attack that deficit. A tight end in motion now. Now the shotgun give to Cook. And he's brought down for a loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back, because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Connection made to Dell. This is ahead for about 5. Tackled on that play by Isaiah Simmons. Following that completion, medical staff headed out for an injured player. We'll see what the nature of his injury is. They come to the line here, and this is 3rd and 6. Shotgun snap to Stafford. He's going to try to drop it in. That's grabbed inside the 30. And he's in. Touchdown. The Shamrocks cut into the lead coming out of halftime. It's an Adonai Mitchell touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. You got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
Cardi with the extra point. And the Shamrocks tie this game 7-7. Sanchez has it all set for the kickoff. This return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Here comes their offense out again. It's all squared up again following that touchdown, partner, so some added importance on this series. Here's the lone back on the handoff. And the plunge up the gut yields nothing there. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10. Throwing with a blitz on the way. Oh, tried forcing it to the slant. It's intercepted. Picked off by C.J. Mosley. Wow, this has been a great game so far, Brock. A hard-fought first half, but they're really offering an edge to their opponent here by throwing a pick on their opening drive.
And now we'll get to see if they can capitalize that and pull ahead. They've already got the ball once this half. You know that they're loose, and now they get it back just one snap later.
Now outruns their offense to take over. And the turnover puts them right back out there. Just a few plays since they scored that touchdown.
Well, they didn't get much time to rest, but guess what, Kate? That defense didn't get much time to rest either. Now you can go in attack mode while they're still shaking off that last touchdown.
Throwing now, Stafford. He's got this complete to James Cook. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Stopped by Foye Oluokun. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
2nd and 6 at the 21-yard line.
From the 21. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
A new set of downs awaits them. Here's 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 12-yard line.
Working inside the red zone. This throw is caught. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. Now hang on, looks like somebody came out after that play a little shaken up. Not sure we saw exactly what happened, but he'll get some assistance now. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Still sticking with the passing game. He's got it! He has the touchdown! Well, this has definitely been a tight one throughout, Brock. So now that they've taken the lead, the question becomes, can they hold on to it?
And that question right there is one the defense has to answer. But this sure had the look of a drive where a coaching staff challenged that offense, saying, hey, we need a big drive from you guys right here. And sure enough, that offense delivers.
Yeah, no doubt. That one right down the middle. And the Shamrocks break that tie and now lead by 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. This offense getting all set for this series. It's a touchdown ball game right now, Brock. 14-7 as they start this possession. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Lone back in the backfield, and they give it to him. And they had that one contained right at the line. Azeez Ojulari getting there for the tackle. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Out of the gun, Young. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And they're going to have a 1st down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Lone back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Just a little short, but still a 9-yard pickup. That's going to bring up 2nd and 1. From the pistol, it's Young. This is reeled in by Wilson. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense.
So not a holding call. One of the linemen actually too far downfield that time. That's what drew the flag.
Still second down.
Offense to the line for second down. They'll run here following the penalty. Down the sideline inside the 40. It's a gain of 22. And it sets up first down.
Those outside runs so critical for running back, quarterback, O-line to hit their targets. They got a target area to expose that defense and make the most of it. And that offense just put on display some teaching tape for it.
Pass him on the quick hitter. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. The rookie from Texas there on the tackle.
Well, if they were concerned about losing yards, running it on first down, it just happened anyway. Not many passes end in a loss. Hopefully they got a little more aggressive strategy coming here on second down.
Young working from the gun. Throw complete to Williams. And he runs this to the 25 before being brought down. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Back to throw. Here's Young. That's caught for the first. So we're through 3 here. It's still just a one-score game as we resume play in the 4th. They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. Sticking to the air, it's Young. Gets it towards the end zone, but it's incomplete.
Quarterbacks, well, they're a lot like sharpshooters in the NBA. Sometimes they're just going to miss. You got to shake it off and keep on firing.
They'll try and punch it in. And he's not going to reach the end zone. They bring him down at the 1. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Here's Young to throw. He's got it. And he will take this in. Touchdown. The Tigers now trail by just a point in the 4th. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the 4th quarter that could go either way.
So a chance to tie it up again here in the 4th. The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. He's stopped on the return at the 27. The Shamrocks and Matthew Stafford set to go back on offense. And he has to be happy about his game. We're checking some of the highlights right now that he's made so far. A good showing that's seen him in the zone from time to time. And also he's just seen the field well from his spot in the middle of this offense. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Working from the gun. Here's Stafford. Gets this one to Harrison. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Cook trying this one up the gut. And he'll get it up to the 44. A 9-yard gain and good for a first down.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15+ at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
First down, and they go right back to it. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
These stops, they don't always make the end-of-game highlight reels, but they absolutely should. The coaches and players know it. Offenses are always counting on yards on that type of run. And anytime it results in a loss, it could be a potential drive killer.
And it's a nice gain, but they needed just one more yard to move the chains. It's a 5-yard gain, and that brings up 3rd and 7.
Brings up 3rd and 7.
He'll throw it. Searches from the pocket. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. The Tigers are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And as we can see here, it hasn't been the easiest game for him to operate out there, right? Number of rough moments for him. This defense able to pick him off twice to highlight their performance against him. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Young looking to throw. Into the hands of Michael Wilson. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Here's 2nd and 5. Cut by Hunt. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open field.
And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Here he is to throw. That pass cut by Strange. They get 13 on the pickup, and that'll be a 1st down.
Kate, I can't tell you how good that is. Anticipating the outcut, having the ball on the way before the receiver's head even turns, he puts it on him so that receiver can easily get out of bounds for the nice gain.
Setting up to pass. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. They'll get 18 yards there, and it'll give them a 1st down.
Kate, when you watch the combine, you'll watch guys try to make this throw, and without chemistry, it's so hard to execute. That was picture perfect. That's a QB and receiver on the same page, because that route, that deep out to the field, that takes just a different level of connectedness.
And they beat him to the edge. That run stopped back at the line. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their 1st. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Here's an option play to the left. And he manages to reach the 19 before he stopped. Timeout taken by the defense, their 2nd. A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. He's going left on the option. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. A big try coming up here for Cameron Dicker. From the left hash, 34 yards away. That one is good! And late in the 4th, they have grabbed a lead.
That's called getting his job done, Kate, drilling it right through. And now they're in position to win this game. Now it's on some of those guys who were out there with them on the kick, those defenders, to hang on to this lead to give them the win.
Washington now to return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The offense headed back to the field. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. Back to throw. He smartly won't risk something here and just chucks it away.
Thrown to the sideline and incomplete. The cover is by Andrew Phillips.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. He'll look to throw it. Dell with the grab. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Working fast as the clock ticks towards 0.
First down.
On first down, here's Stafford. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Now Stafford again. This one is hit by a defender and winds up incomplete. He was hoping to get it to take Dell there. So they're left facing third and long.
Isaiah Simmons there defensively.
Throwing now. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
Desperation time here on fourth. He'll get this complete to Pitts. And he'll get this down at the 33-yard line.
That's good. First down.
One final shot here. This finds Mitchell complete. And he's down inside the red zone before hitting the deck. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Tigers are winners as we say so long from Dublin.
It's week 6 of the National Football League. And coming up, it'll be no holds barred between AFC West rivals. It's the Condors and the Lumberjacks. And it's all up next.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, everyone. With my partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. And like so many matchups in the NFL, Brock, our focus goes right to the quarterbacks in this one. Both of these guys, players who've been around the league now for some time, they've definitely established themselves as veterans who know how to win football games.
Yeah, I think the word of the day, Kate, is definitely experience. Two guys who've been through the season several times over, have seen a lot at this point in their career, and been through quite a bit on the field. All that experience is stored up there right between.
Here's the punter, Bradley Pinion, to get this one going. And we're off from British Columbia. Starting from the 5. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. They're led out by a QB coming into his 5th NFL season out of Oklahoma. It's Jalen Hurts.
Kate, it's not often that we talk about quarterbacks having a nose for the end zone in football. It's usually reserved for the running backs. But Jalen Hurts has changed that conversation. He has so much power, so much strength. You get him into the short yardage situations around the goal line, he finds a way to get in, but it's not just there. He's got a deep ball that's the envy of many. He's elevated his teammates around him, and he's got a skill set that I know a lot of quarterbacks would sure love to have.
Complete Derrick Henry. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Marcus Epps making the play. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. Hurts setting up to throw. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Out of the gun, Henry. And he's brought down after a tremendous effort just to get a couple of yards. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. Hurts to throw. Taken in by Noah Fant. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
We get to Henry on the inside handoff. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8. Hurts now from the gun. He finds Fant. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And they'll have first down. Here's Hurts. Gets this to Fant. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
That offensive group really hoped he was going to get it all right there, reset it back to first down. But instead, defense, they're not going to let anything come easy. And their fight is giving them a chance to stall things out on 3rd and short.
Turning to Henry on 3rd. And he could not get there. They stop him right at the line. Now we see he's in some pain after making that tackle. Team personnel out now to take a look at him. Less than a yard needed here on fourth. On fourth down, Hurts. He finds him beyond the marker. And he has it down officially to the red zone at the 20. All set up now for 1st and 10. From the gun, a run for Henry. And he'll bowl his way ahead for a 4-yard pickup.
You know, this is an offense that will emphasize the ground game at different points of each and every contest. And as long as they can reliably get games like this, it's not going to change anytime soon.
Moore's got it. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. It's the end of the first in this AFC West showdown. Couple of zeros on the board right now. More from this one right after this. Time to begin the second quarter, and we'll pick up with what's already been a lengthy possession. They've got 1st and goal to work with. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Touchdown! This play gives us an excellent opportunity, Brock, to talk about how well he sees the field with the ball in his hands, because that was a big part of that touchdown.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, a handoff or it gets hauled in on a 30-yard throw. The instincts, that's what it is. Instincts with a capital I. And the best running backs in the game today, they've got to do it as a runner, and they got to do it as a receiver.
Point after up and good from Bates. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. Here's Kavontae Turpin on the return. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. So they come on offense now, ready for their opening drive. They'll be led out by the 5th-year lefty out of Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, we've had to wait until the second quarter to finally see him and his offense out there. And we're going to see what they have in them here, Kate, in a hurry. Down a touchdown, with how long they've been sitting over there, I know the feeling. You're chomping at the bit and likely going to be pretty aggressive with the football.
Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Throwing again, here's Tua. Connects with Johnson. And this isn't resolved quite yet as he goes out. We've got a flag down. Looks like it's going to be on the offense. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Here we go, 2nd and very long. Gets this to Johnson. Gets it forward for a gain of 3. Jalen Phillips finishing that play off. Let's see what they went with on 3rd down. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Makes the grab in bounds left side. Well, most drives should end right there, but they beat the defense and convert on 3rd and 17.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
1st and 10 from the 41. Here's Tua again. Finds his running back, DeAndre Swift. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
I know coordinator and quarterback going to be upset with that first down because you call a screen on first, you're thinking stay ahead of schedule. Even a minimal gain to stay on pace, but instead, the defense creates a negative play and sets them back behind the sticks.
No gain that time, and now they'll face 3rd and 11.
No gain on the play. Leads to 3rd and 11.
Tua looking to throw. He finds Johnson. And he's tackled for a short gain.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. And this one did hit at the 8, but took a big bounce and finished its journey in the end zone for a touchback. The Condors and quarterback Jalen Hurts ready to go once more on offense. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. And they take the field exactly where they want it to be, Brock. Off a touchdown early and with the home crowd a little quieter than normal.
I'm not going to lie to you, Kate. I think most quarterbacks, competitors love playing on the road when they do just this. Just quiet them, right? Turn them against their own team. They were quiet after that opening touchdown. You score another one, you're going to start to murmur, and we might even hear a few boo birds.
This is Henry on 2nd. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the O-lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over him.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Flush down now to his left. He's running for it. And he's able to get it to the 21 as he goes down. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from British Columbia. It's the Condors looking at 4th and 9. On comes the Condors punting squad. He sends this away, and oh, this is going to be a field flipper. And the coverage team is there as he fields it, so almost nothing on that return before he stopped. The Lumberjacks are back on offense. Tua Tagovailoa out there once again. And you always got to watch him when you're down near the red zone. He is sitting 2nd right now among all NFL quarterbacks in rushing touchdowns. Tagovailoa on 1st down. And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
I'm not sure that deficit's going anywhere anytime soon. If anything, this is a defense that sees their offense creating not a ton of separation on the board, knowing they've got to shoulder the load. And sacks like that go a long ways towards doing it.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. Trying again following the sack. Throw reeled in by Hopkins. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Jack Thompson finishing that play off. This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Here's a give, fullback headed up the gut. And he pushes forward, but they don't get much there. Timeout taken by the defense, their 2nd. They'll punt it away again. Bradley Pinion headed back out. Absolutely crushed his first punt, and here's another huge one. Fields this clean at the 30. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And it's going to be their football coming up. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Escapes the pocket. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that gain. That's Odafe Owe with a stop. 2nd down now, 7 to go. From the 43. Buys time, rolling right. He calls his own number again. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a pickup of 34 yards. And that'll give him a 1st down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. They'll come up 1st and 10. Now Hurts. Incomplete pass, and we're down to 12 seconds remaining. Looking for his wide receiver there. And it sets up 2nd down. Hurts. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Out is Jake Bates, ready to try to knock this through. This from 40 on the right hash. Bates' kick is up and good. And they come away with some points on that series.
A dependable kicker, man. That is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy he can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on first down. He's back to throw. He lobs it up, left sideline, looking for a jump play. A dangerous throw, and he almost got burned by it. The interception dropped and incomplete on first down. So we've reached halftime with the visiting Condors in front. Now from our neighbors to the north, we'll head back to the U.S. in Orlando. Got our EA Sports halftime report with Jonathan Coachman coming up.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where you see the final score there. Josh Jacobs, a touchdown run in the victory. Both these teams ready for the fight ahead. We're ready to get back to it as well. And to do just that, we'll hand it back over to Kate and Brock.
All right, thank you, Coach. And we are back and about set to begin the second half. The ball is teed up, and we're off in quarter number 3. He fields it from the 8. He stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive of the second half. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Here's Swift to start the drive. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4.
You know, these are the kind of runs, Kate, that a balanced game plan and a balanced offense is built on. It gets you good yardage, it sets up your play action, and it keeps that defense honest.
2nd and 6 now. He's got time here, and he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one, and then brings up 3rd down.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. 4th down coming up.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
The punt team headed out now for the Lumberjacks. Averaging over 50 yards a kick, and this is another one well hit. Takes it in at the 21. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. Big kick on that one, 62 yards. And they'll get ready to go on offense. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Third quarter starts with a run from Henry. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. Stopped on the play by Zadarius Smith. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Throwing with a blitz on the way. That's going to be caught by Cooks. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. Markers reset, ball at the 37. First down throwing for Hurts. Finds him over the middle. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Hurts now from the gun. Connects with Fant. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. A play fake, now Hurts to throw. Finds him on the crossing route. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And it'll give him a first down.
You know I love those chunk completions. They're so critical. Those chunk plays, they lead statistically so often to scoring. And then when you get it to a tight end and play action, it's just a little icing on the cake.
Couldn't connect right side. It's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. And it's going to be second down. Hurts throwing again. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. Hurts setting up to throw. Connection made to the rookie from Washington. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. The big play nets him 17 yards. And that gives them the first. Trying down the middle with Henry. And he'll take this only to about the 11 before going down. 2 on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8. Motioning the tight end left. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Gets this to Fant. And they'll get there and stop him at the line.
There's no routes on the old proverbial route tree, Kate, that takes more trust than throwing an out route. You're throwing it to a spot and believing your guy can get there.
On 3rd down, it's Hurts. The throw is caught. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
On 4th down, Hurts. And they won't do it. That ball's incomplete on 4th down.
You know, Kate, I don't think I've ever met a defender that cares. All they want to do is get off the field. Doesn't matter if it's a drop pass, deflection, breakup, even an interception. Challenged by the offense to get one more stop to get off the field, and that's exactly what they did.
And they needed more than one defender there. Powerful runner stopped for just 1 yard. This is the end of the 3rd quarter. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Tua now from the gun. And that'll be enough for the first as they touch him down.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
They'll come up 1st and 10. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions get more depth. But a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
Let's see what they dial up on a 2nd and very long. Now an inside handoff to Swift. And they'll wrap him up for a minimal gain to about the 7. Only a couple there, hoping obviously for considerably more. And that's going to bring up 3rd and very long. Back to throw. Here's Tagovailoa. He's got him. That's Swift. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
He specializes in salvaging broken plays out of the backfield, but even he couldn't get anything out of that one, Kate. That defense, they were all over it.
Desperation time here on 4th. And it's going to be incomplete. Couldn't connect to extend the drive. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense.
Well, I think every analytics book out there, Kate, said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the fourth. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
Here's Hurts. He's got it! And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe, short gain on a throw, that's a go-to route to target.
Oh, fullback's got it. Look at the power! And he's in for the touchdown. The Condors can put this out of reach as they make it a 16-point lead. If there's an argument for continuing to rely on a fullback, Brock, it is plays just like that remind us. They're pretty good at barreling in for touchdowns when they're given the chance.
And you know the greatest fullback name ever? Maybe you need to name your son Sam Gash. Because that dude, when I think fullback, I think Sam Gash just gashing people for touchdowns.
Bates tacks on the extra point. And the Condors take a 3-possession lead. Now after the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition can do. This return starts at the 5. He's got a lane up past the 30. I don't think they're gonna catch him. He does it, touchdown. The Lumberjacks get it back to within 2 possessions. The advent of a new style of kickoff in 2024 created all sorts of new strategies to generate big returns. And Brock, here, we see their own design executed to perfection to spring them for 6.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen a rule change that has invigorated special teams coaches, head coaches, all the coaches, as much as this one did this offseason, each looking for their own wrinkle to try to throw in there and do what we just saw, break it the length of the field for 6 big points.
They recognize the situation they're in now. After that score, they're going to try to get it right back. And they've got it. No problem for the receiving team. The onside attempt fails. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. Another drive coming up for this offense. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. New set of downs for him from the 46. On 1st and 10, it's Henry. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
Kate, don't think for a second this is time you step off the gas. You can feel this defense, right? They're on their heels. And now's the best chance to go push the envelope and get aggressive.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. First down play nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5. It's the 2-minute warning here in Vancouver. Condors moments away from their 4th win of the year. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Running once more with Henry. And he's going nowhere there. Add that to what's been a tough afternoon for him. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Another run for Henry. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. Now we get another stoppage here. Just 1:52 remaining. The defense burns a timeout. To the line we go. They're set, 1st and 10. Handoff headed right to Henry. And he's brought down for a loss. So we'll take a pause for the injury, and that looks like Derrick Henry, who's in need of some assistance out there. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Here's the first give to Gus Edwards. And they'll stop him after a short pickup to the 24. The defense takes its third and final timeout. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. On the ground, it's Edwards again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Just 1 yard on the run. That brings up 4th down. Out is Jake Bates, ready to try to knock this through. This from 40 on the right hash. Bates' kick is up and good. And that pushes the lead up to 13.
That kick, well, it throws a roadblock up on some of the remaining avenues to get back in this game and really leaves only one remaining. It's going to take 2 touchdowns if they want a shot at it. And we know those odds, they're getting pretty long.
Turpin with a return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Now this offense ready to head back out. The turnover on downs only led to 3, obviously better than a touchdown, but enough to rattle them a bit as they return to the field. Getting out to his left. This ball's caught by Pickens. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. 1st and 10 now. Here's Tagovailoa. A bit of desperation on this deep shot. Big shot is hauled in. Feet are inbounds. Oh, what a play! That last shot took him right down to the front of the red zone. Here's 1st down. From the red zone now. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Trying to set this up quick. One final shot here. And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And they're able to run this winning streak to 3 as they have really caught fire recently. So for my partner Brock Heward and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. It's a win for the Condors, and we'll see you next time from Vancouver.
It's week 6 of the NFL, and we're in for a show from Anthony Richardson. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Black Knights and the Huskies on EA Sports.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Glad to have you with us, football fans. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt up here in the broadcast booth. And Brock, one side with a clear advantage coming into this one, coming off the bye week, while their opposition, well, not only are they less rested, but they're coming off a big L as well.
Just a reality. I'm sorry, just a reality of the NFL that every season you're going to catch somebody coming off a bye or in more time to rest up than you did. And if you feel sorry for yourself, well, you're probably going to lose. When these games come along, it's time to grit your teeth and work even harder on those tired legs.
Not a kicker or a punter here, Brock. It's safety Justin Reed to get this one going. And we are underway in London. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Bringing them out to 4th overall pick, who unfortunately had that rookie season cut short at just 4 games. Good to have him back from Florida, Anthony Richardson.
He gave us all the excitement we could hope for last week, but it wasn't all in a good way, at least for his team. Never knew if his throws were going to end in a touchdown or turnovers, and he had a couple of both by the end of the loss. You don't want him to lose that gunslinger mentality. Just want him to be a little more thoughtful with each and every decision. Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason this is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Now here's Keaton Mitchell with the run. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
What was supposed to move the chains or at least make third down easier to handle instead? Well, did the exact opposite here, Kate. It now makes this third down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
Looking to return from the 29. And some nice running on that return. He gets it up past the 35. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. Leading them out, fresh off a 3rd Super Bowl title. The standard for quarterback excellence today, Patrick Mahomes.
All of us as sports fans, we know those players in the other sports that when we just think of the greatest to ever do it, a skill set that's different than everybody else, immediately a player pops in your mind. And while we have seen GOATs like Tom Brady and Super Bowl winners many times over like Bradshaw, Montana, and Aikman, there's just not many that have ever done it with.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
First couple snaps, first drive of a game, it's all about who can land that opening punch. Gain that first advantage in a game-long back and forth. Well, that opening punch was a solid cross, maybe even an uppercut that caught him right on the job and sets an immediate tone for this defense.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Trying again, following the sack. Into the hands of Pat Freiermuth. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. From the gun, it's Mahomes. He's on the move. Oh, he's gonna run for it! And he rips off good yardage, but it will not move the chains.
You know, that's a really good play. I know it doesn't get the first down, doesn't keep them on the field, but what it does is it keeps that defense honest. And I promise you, the next time in that situation, they'll have that run in the back of their minds.
And that is how you pin a team deep. That hits and careens out of bounds at the 3. Their offense headed back out for its 2nd drive of the contest. And they couldn't be backed up much further, Brock. A safety, really the only concern as they take possession here inside their 5-yard line. And he gets him around 6 there. Eric Kendricks there for the tackle. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Off the play fake, here's Richardson. That one way too far up there. They can't connect. Whistle sound as the defense decides to call timeout. Throwing from the pistol, Richardson. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be out of bounds, I think, a yard or two short of the 20 here. A 9-yard gain and good for a first down.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing and getting the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these outcuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Now a give running right. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Hey, don't get me wrong, Kate. Every defensive guy, they watch tape in their own ways. But linebackers, well, they're a little bit like quarterbacks. They got to develop that sixth sense by watching that tape so they can diagnose and get home in a hurry like he just did.
And he found some running room for a nice gain. That's a 9-yard pickup, and it gives him a 3rd and 2.
A gain of 9 brings up 3rd and 2.
Working from the gun, it's Richardson. Forced out to his right. He'll make a bid for it on the ground. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops. Big gain, 14 on the play. And they're going to have a first down. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. First down throw here from Richardson. On the move, headed right. Oh, he's going for it again.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock. You know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm, especially in a situation like that, and it's a good thing you woke up to it. Able to make something out of nothing and at least keep them moving forward.
Here's 2nd and 2. Caught it deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. We've finished one quarter in what's still a scoreless game. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. So a crisis averted a moment ago, but their reward, a really tough 3rd down here. Mitchell up the middle. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
That's one of those plays, Kate, as an offense, it just sticks with you a little bit. It bothers you that you just can't convert on a very manageable down and distance. And on the other side, well, sure gives you some confidence defensively to get off the field.
Here comes the Black Knights punt team. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. Ooh, it's away, but he knows he mishit that one. Headed for the sideline. The Huskies are out once again. Their offense led by Patrick Mahomes. And we're getting a look at the leaders in passing touchdowns this season here, where you will find his name among the top 5 right now in the NFL. Ball at the 33 for first down. Play action, Mahomes. That one's on the mark, Jacoby Myers. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. Give him 18 yards on that play, Brock, and it gets him a first down. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. They run it with Saquon Barkley. He swarms in the middle. This gets maybe a yard. Like so many before him, he's brought down by DeForest Buckner. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They go play action. It's Mahomes. That's caught. It's Saquon Barkley.
You know, you compare and contrast stats over the decades, Kate. One thing you see is that completion percentages are through the roof. In this day and age, compared to the 60s and the 70s, a big reason is just completions like that. Utilizing every one of your eligible receivers that time, running back in the flat.
Coverman is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete.
And you ask a lot of your defenders on that field. It is not easy to play defense in today's NFL. Not only stay in their assignment's hip pocket, but to make plays on the ball as it arrives. He was challenged with an intermediate throw, and he swatted it away with ease.
And this one sails out. No return on the punt. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Now this offense getting set to work here. And they're hoping they can keep the punter off the field this time around, Brock, after he's been called upon each of their first 2 possessions.
This running back is a mismatch maker. That's how I label him on my little sheet right here. Right under his bio, this guy just creates matchup nightmares for every defender on the field.
And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops. A pickup of 2, maybe 3, but most importantly, Brock, that's enough to move the sticks.
1st and 10 at the 40-yard line.
They'll run here on 1st down. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Eric Kendricks there for the tackle. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8.
It's 2nd and 8.
From the 42. Looking for a target. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
Andre Cisco on the coverage.
Shotgun snap now to Richardson. Oh, and the rush is too much. He's taken down. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
My goodness, was that some kind of speed off the edge. There's only a handful of tackles in this league that have the lateral movement to stay in front of an end like that. It may be time for this quarterback to start mixing up his cadence, his count, certainly making sure this defensive end can't get off the way that he has.
He fields this at the 18. And he's brought down before the return gets far. It's a 61-yard punt that time. And they're going to take over possession. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Operating from the gun. Here's Mahomes. Into the hands of Garrett Wilson. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete. Garrett Wilson, the intended receiver, and that'll bring up 2nd down. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. Finds a man, Deontay Johnson has it. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Back to the air, Mahomes. Trying to connect, but it winds up incomplete.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Caught by Freiermuth. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line.
Sometimes you're looking to push the ball down the field. As I've said before, the crumbs lead to a cookie. And you never go broke taking a profit, and those big tight ends will often find you those easy check down yards.
Ball start.
All twitched up, they were ready to get it on 3rd and inches, but now a much different situation awaiting them after that false start. Third and short, here's Mahomes. He has the 1st over the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Working inside the red zone. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. So that brings up 2nd down. Throwing again, Mahomes. He brings it in. And he'll get this inside the 10 to the 9. Now ahead of 3rd down. We get a pause here. They're going to call a timeout. Another throw for Mahomes. And he rips this one out and over the back of the end zone. Incomplete.
Just something off in the rhythm of their passing game on that one. Time to recalibrate and keep throwing it to get back into rhythm.
The kick by Folk is good. And they're on the board.
It's the score,
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Reed now to kick this one away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. This offense getting to take the field one more time in the half. And with field position and the clock against them, probably not going to see anything of substance here before halftime. Yep, as expected, they go to the ground to start this one off. They'll cobble together a yard there, making the stop that time, Kool-Aid McKinstry. So at halftime, the Huskies fighting to an advantage on the road. Now we'll send you back across the pond to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman waiting patiently to bring you the EA Sports halftime reports. Coach?
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Jacobs, a touchdown run in the victory. If you missed the first half, there's not much to get you caught up on. Just the lone field goal accounting for the entirety of the scoring. A 3-0 game to this point, as both defenses have been strong so far.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Fielded at the 7. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They'll motion a tight end left. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. And he's brought down after a tremendous effort just to get a couple of yards. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8. From the 27. This one falls incomplete. Looking for the back that time. So now it's going to be 3rd and long. Off the play fake, it's Mahomes. He's throwing deep to the left side. And disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete. Garrett Wilson, the intended receiver. And now they're staring at 4th and long. The Huskies line it up for a punt. And he sends this away. Definitely his best kick of the game thus far. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. The kicking team got downfield quickly there. He didn't manage much on the return. And it'll be their football. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Richardson now on 1st and 10. That's complete to Sam Laporta. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Give him 24 on that play. And it sets up 1st down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. On 1st down, it's Richardson. Has him on the quick hitter. That play gains 15, and it moves the sticks.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
From the shotgun, it's Richardson. Catch is made down the right sideline. And they finally bring him down, but That is a big gain and a new set of downs. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with 1st and goal.
First and goal at the 6-yard line.
On the handoff, here's Mitchell. The flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the offense.
Holding. Offense.
Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. Running it after the penalty. And he's brought down for a loss.
I know they say it any time he comes up in an interview, but they appreciate having him on this defense so much, Kate, because of plays like that one. Those are great instincts. It takes instincts and want to come up and run support, and not many corners can make that stop.
The throw is caught. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and then netted some positive.
And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Black Knights grab the lead on their first series of the half. It's an Anthony Richardson touchdown. Wow, great work there by the quarterback. The play broke down, didn't really have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise, and in the end, Brock, the best call he could have made.
Yeah, and you can do it in different ways in today's NFL, right? The Tom Brady's just recently retired. He did it with his brain. He did it with his mind, but you've got to be able to improvise, as you said. You got to be able to create when a play breaks down, and when you can put 6 on the board, man, does that infuse your offensive group with confidence.
They put a touchdown on the board, and now they'll send it away. Here's a return from the 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. That outruns their offense. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. They fake the handoff. Now Mahomes. He throws a bullet deep to the right side. And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Barkley on the shotgun handoff. And the push forward doesn't get beyond the line. Jalen Thompson, the man on the tackle. This drive in jeopardy. Here's a 3rd and 10. From the gun, it's Mahomes. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
You know, when we watch Combine each and every single year, I hope you get good enough to understand as a football fan, watch the big guys' first 10 yards. Don't watch the ends and the linemen run 40. Watch their first 10, because that's the most critical. And that defensive end showed you right there the kind of explosive burst in the first few yards to get home for the big sack.
So a change of possession here on the punt. And that is where they'll start the next drive. Ball at the 33 for 1st down. Mitchell takes it straight ahead. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3.
It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 40-yard line.
Working from the gun, it's Richardson. He gets it complete to his man, Tyreek Hill. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Richardson back to throw. He finds Laporta. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. 3 quarters in the books from this one. It's their ball late. They have a lead, but it's far from over yet. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Here's Richardson. Fits it through the middle. And he's going to be stopped at the 17-yard line. They manage 22 on the rip and a first down.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Running right with Mitchell. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
They say about great outfielders in baseball, there's just something to them. They've got a knack, a feel, and instinct to take the right line, the right angle. For safeties, to create tackles for loss in the run game, it's the exact same attribute and skill set. Got to take that right angle and then go finish that runner. You've heard that very common term in draft vernacular called catching radius. Let me tell you, as a quarterback, you love tight ends on drag routes because that catching radius for such a big target, when you see him, you eye him, and there's a comfort level between QB and tight end to make that connection.
A nice pickup of 11 there, Brock, and they'll have 1st and goal to figure out. They'll try and punch it in. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2.
Hey, I get it on 1st and goal, right? A lot of teams like to be conservative and limit risk. Even if a run is stopped short, you still got 2. Sometimes.
And he gets in, touchdown! The Black Knights now lead by 10. Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
McPherson at the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Black Knights drive their lead to 11. Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. Johnson now on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. The offense getting set to go. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner, so hopefully this one has some better legs to it. On 1st and 10, here's Mahomes. An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away. That makes it 2nd down. Here's Mahomes. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Operating from the gun, here's Mahomes. Oh, he put some heat on it. He's got it deep downfield. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Again, Mahomes to throw. Wilson's got it. And they have this down to the 11 before being marked down. Working quickly here. From the red zone now. Throws off the rip, but it's incomplete.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Back to the air, Mahomes. This one's caught. And he drives this forward to the 6. We've reached the 2-minute warning from London. Huskies trailing by 11. Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. They've got to keep moving quick here. Here he goes. Got to have this on 4th down. And this is cut for a score, and we are not done here yet. How quickly things can change, partner. The pain from being taken down that prior play, yeah, I imagine that's gone and forgotten now, and it's been replaced by the adrenaline from finding the end zone there.
Yeah, that defense could have certainly used...
Well, we knew this was coming. All touchdowns are reviewed, especially late in a close game like this. Well, this right here is where having all those camera angles comes into play. We're going to get a much clearer picture thanks to all the shots we've got.
Yep, technology, everybody's friend right now. We get to watch it again and again, unlike these officials who got to see it once in real time. We just have to see, is there clear enough evidence to overturn the call that was made down there on the field?
Those points safe on the scoreboard. The touchdown upheld upon review. Back to throw. And he's got it. That gets him 2 and puts them within a field goal here late. Well, the comeback is proceeding according to plan, Brock. That conversion trims this to a field goal game. Now, get that ball back, baby. Get it back.
And you know that special teams coach is down there telling his guys that. Don't come back to these sidelines. Don't come off this field unless you go get me the ball to give this offense yet another opportunity.
And they... Get it back. The hands team does its job. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. This offense making its way back out now. They're headed out now defending not a 2-score lead, just a field goal advantage here. So wondering, Brock, is that going to affect how they approach a chance at closing this one out?
No, I don't think there's any question about it. Yeah, I think if it's a 2-score game, it's run, 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 take every second off and punt that ball. Not now. Now you've got to get to the plays that you trust and believe in the most.
All right, here we go. Second down. Again, this is Mitchell. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run, in need of some attention. So now here's 3rd and 5. Here he is to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he gets down to the 24 before he stopped. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. Now a give right side to Mitchell. And they make the play at the 23, a gain of only a little. Timeout taken by the defense, their 2nd. And they'll have just one left to burn now. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Here's Mitchell again. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now. He's back to throw. And will he? No, he's not going to escape. They take him down on a pivotal play late in this ball game. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
As we're into the 4th quarter, we know this. We know that money down could not be any more important than right now. Both sides are certainly fatigued. You feel it in both their play. But battling through what's been a physical contest all game long, going to be the key here down the stretch.
Big moment coming up for Evan McPherson on this attempt. Ball on the right hash, 48 yards out. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And now their lead will push out beyond the field goal.
So after that make, a field goal won't cost them a lead, but a touchdown still ties it, or likely probably puts them down a point. Okay, this is one of those moments where the defense now has clarity. They know what the stakes are and what they have to defend.
The Huskies send receiver Garrett Wilson back out to take possession. And he finds himself across an important benchmark for yards this season after that last drive. He stayed pretty busy this season, and the numbers show just that. He'll look to throw it. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Setting up to pass. Got him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. And it's picked up by the defense.
Well, sure, you're looking to try to get a first down on second down. You're trying to create a manageable third down, but I'll tell you what you're not trying to do, ever, is give the ball away. And that's what the offense does to the defense right there.
No timeouts remaining here, partner, so they can just run out this clock. So they happily go to a knee here to run out this clock, and they're finally on the board, their first win of the season. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And this is exactly how they wanted to go into that bye week, partner, with a victory and some positives to build on in that nice extra time off. So for Brock Eward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. The Black Knights are winners as we say cheerio from London.
It's week 6 of the National Football League. And coming up, we'll see Mac Jones. He's been sensational as he leads the league in touchdown passes. Hope y'all ready for this one on Sunday night.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL has come to East Asia in the bustling metropolis that is Tokyo, Japan. Along with Charles Davis, Brandon Gaudin here. And, partner, let's examine this Tokyo Ball Club as they enter play.
They're off to a terrific start, unbeaten at 5-0 through the first month and change.
And you can hang a lot of this early success on their defense, too. They're the tone setters for these guys, and the entire team feeds off of what they do.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Columbus Club, we're in October now, so everybody should be coming into form, shouldn't they?
They really should, and what you have now is a full routine established about what you want to get done.
Set to go now in Week 6 of the NFL season, and we are underway on EA Sports. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They're led by their quarterback from the University of Alabama, Mac Jones.
And he's been playing at an elite level here in this early half of the season. Tops in the league in touchdown passes at this point. This is definitely a wide-open offense, so we'll see if he can keep a string of good games going right here.
Jones looking to throw right away. That's caught. It's Marvin Mims. He'll be stopped at the 35, but not before he picks up 7 yards. From the 35, here's 2nd and 3. Now Jones. To the sideline, and that's well done. Able to drag the feet. He's going to have the first down. ETN up the middle. Nowhere to go that time. He maybe got a yard up to the 40. They work now on 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
ETN once more. And he's swallowed up right near the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play there, so that doesn't help. Now they're looking up at a 3rd and 9 situation. Throwing, Jones. A short throw caught by Andrews. And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40. So the completion good for just 3. And that's going to make it 4th down. 4th down, so on is the punter, Riley Dixon. They only punted twice in the win last week as he gets this one away. Fair catch signaled for and taken at about the 15-yard line. So now we'll get a look at the other offensive unit as they come out for their first possession. They're led out by their quarterback out of Fresno State, Derek Carr.
And what I loved about meeting with him before the game was talking to a guy who takes ownership of his performance. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions last week, but all he focused on was the loss, okay? And he did say, if I change my stats a little bit, not necessarily for me to look better, but that'll help my team.
And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. Well, the first play of the drive lost 4. Now they'll look to move it forward here on 2nd and 14. Now a play fake. Carr. Outright to Smith and Jigba. It'll be a gain of just a yard, and it'll be a 3rd and about 13. Not an easy spot here. They'll be in search of 13 yards to try to pick up the first. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. He's got his man. That's the rookie from Florida State. And way up past the 35 before he's taken down. A big play there as they get the conversion on 3rd and 13.
And defensively here, it's hard to overlook the fact that this is an offense that's dead last in the NFL in rushing. So this back 7's going to be tested. Heck, might be more of a back 8. No doubt about that. And they surrender the catch here and the first down.
Smith and Jigba in motion right. And they're going to give it to him on the jet sweep. Oh, and this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away. Hustling through to break that play up, Max Crosby. Now they contend with a 2nd and 12 after the loss. Working from the gun, it's Carr. A short throw pulled in by Kincaid. Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and that's going to bring up a 3rd down. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. To throw, it's Carr. And this pass broken up. And the contact well timed there, and now 4th down.
That's what you're going to need to do against those big receivers. You got to get in there and get physical with them. That time he got in close, got in tight, and knocked the ball away.
He punted 3 times in the loss last week as he sends this one away. A 40-yard punt, no return, and the offense will come back out deep in their own territory. The Dragons offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And as you see on the graphic, he's right up there with the best in the league when it comes to throwing touchdowns. Currently 2nd in the NFL at this point of the season. They'll start on the ground. Etienne. Excellent job pushing through tacklers that time to pick up 6. Clock running under a minute to go in a scoreless first quarter. Looking to throw on 2nd down. Jones. He's got his man. It's Andrews. 3 catches last week. He's got 3 in the first quarter here tonight. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Straight ahead, Etienne. And nothing much materializing there on the 1st down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Credit the tackle there to Uchenna Nwosu. No score after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession, as they've got a 2nd and 8 forthcoming. Off play action. Jones. He finds his man Johnson. And he went nowhere. He'll lose yardage back to the 29. It'll be a loss of 2, maybe 3 on the play. And that's going to lead to a 3rd and 11. Back to throw. Jones. And that'll be caught by the big tight end, Andrews. And he's out of bounds, able to take this one up to the 35. Now an injured player here will get a stoppage, and they're attending to Mac Jones, the quarterback. Riley Dixon now to punt it away. And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt. And out will come the offense as they take over. Throwing now is Carr. And complete to Smith and Jigba. And he takes us up to the 40-yard line before being corralled. The catch and run, good for 18 and a 1st down. Boy, and congratulations there to Derek Carr. They're showing it on the scoreboard here. That last pass puts him over 40,000 passing yards for his career, and that is quite an accomplishment for the longtime Raider. So quickly all the way up at the 40-yard line. Out of the gun, a give to Spears to the 43, 2nd down.
And that was a quality play to start a new set of downs. That was simply an offensive line winning the battle up front and winning in a big way and giving their guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
Shotgun now for Carr. Over the middle, finding Smith and Jigba. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And now 1 yard to go on 3rd down. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the 1st down. From the gun now on 3rd down, Carr. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. It's a pickup of 6. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the 1st down.
So the completion results there in 9 yards, and they'll have a 2nd and 1 forthcoming. Now Carr again. Over the middle, and it's incomplete.
Well, there's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
On third down, and it's a fumble. And the defense will get their hands on it, going the other way. And they take possession of the football and have it at the 36-yard line. All fumbles are costly, but that one really hurts because he had the first down.
Yeah, and that's all he needed, right? But the problem is we coach these guys to try and get more, but that doesn't count if you don't bring the ball with you, does it?
And here comes throw number 1 for the backup QB. A short throw caught by Andrews. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. The medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. 2nd and 9. Running out of the gun with ETN. And out of bounds on the other side of midfield at the 45. That good for 19 and a first down. Although his reputation as a speedy runner precedes him, it's always fun to watch him work.
It is eye-opening, isn't it? Because when you see him get the ball and just go, in addition to that speed, it helps out his blockers. They don't have to hold blocks for long because he's just going to speed right past them.
2 minutes on the clock in what's been a scoreless first half. Now 2nd and 3. Huntley to throw. A short throw caught by Andrews. And he lost the football. But it looks like one of the DBs has it. And his guys will take over at the 25-yard line. Always costly to cough up that football. These defenders, they become so adept, though, at jarring it free.
Yeah, it's amazing that there aren't more fumbles caused because now, if you're an offensive player, you go through ball security drills every single day. It's really not out of line to think you should take the ball to bed with you and just hold on to it. But the bottom line is, no matter how much you try to protect.
And now, as with every potential turnover, they're going to take a second look at this just to make sure. Now the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of the football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble. Nowhere to turn this time, and he goes down. Sacked back at the 29. Maurice Hurst busting through to get him for a loss of 6.
I think you saw the same thing that I did there, partner. Remember, he's their backup quarterback, so the last thing they need is to lose another one right here on the sack. Looks like he's going to be okay, though.
Yeah, he looked like he was favoring something in the left leg. Appears to be fine now, but you're right. That O-line, they got to protect him. That's going to be caught. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 45 seconds to go in the first half. ETN is into the end zone. Touchdown.
Sometimes offense can get too cute down near the goal line, but there's nothing fancy about this one. As Coach Lombardi would say, we get a seal here, and we get a seal here, and we run this play in the alley. And that's good work to hit the hole hard and finish in the end zone.
Folk connects on the extra point, and it's now a 7-0 game. So this drive spans 7 plays, and it was capped off by a Travis Etienne touchdown run. 7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Back out comes this offense now, late in this first half. With this slim deficit closing in on the end of the first half, we'll see if they can move this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 out of this drive. From the gun, it's Carr. He finds Smith and Jigba. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's second down. Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10. They're going to look to throw. Smith and Jigba with the grab. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. Now another timeout called for by the offense as it comes with 22 seconds to go here in half number 1. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. And that one to the right side and incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them out of the end zone as the first half winds down.
So they accept the penalty, of course, and push the offense backwards a bit. So after the penalty, heading in the wrong direction, 2nd and 15. Carr going to throw. Throw out wide is incomplete.
Well, partner, guaranteed they approach this play with the idea of making up ground to make 3rd down manageable. Unfortunately, with that incompletion, right back where they started on the last snap. Now they need a big 3rd down play in order to pick up the yardage needed.
So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
Likely time for one final snap as they start out 1st and 10. A final shot before break. Huntley. Trying to lob it in there, but it's incomplete. So we've reached intermission here in a low-scoring game. 7-3 is our score. As we send you to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Charles in a minute. But first, time to give the folks at home a look at what's going on around the NFL. We'll begin up in the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon, where you see the final score there. Josh Jacobs, a touchdown run in the victory. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. One of the top performers in that first half was the running back Travis Etienne. He had a touchdown run that helped get his guys this halftime lead. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, and we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side could play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. The Caps offense and Tyjae Spears set to take over once more. And you look at his numbers as a pass catcher in this one. They've lined him up in different spots, shifted him around, and made him a real weapon in the passing game. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people will think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of went away from it in the first half. I think if they get back in balance, it'll help them when they put the ball back in the air.
Hand off to Spears. And he'll be tackled just past the 35 at the 36. Call it a gain of 5 that time, and they'll be left with a 3rd and about 4. Here's Carr. And that is incomplete.
Well, this is just a continuation of what we saw in the first half. So much for the fresh start to begin the third quarter. Still off-target throws, no rhythm throwing the football, and obviously no touchdown scored in this game.
So they're forced to punt on 4th as this one's away. 39 yards on the punt, give him just 1 yard on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. Now this game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football. Which offense is going to break through here? We'll see if they can do it on this drive. And he'll take it forward for about 5 up to the 28-yard line. From the 28, it's 2nd and 5. And they'll go again with Etienne. And only able to get 2 here. Stopped at the 30.
Well, you know that old expression, it's not my night? It hasn't been his so far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
Every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play. 46 yards on the ground for him now on 9 carries. To throw, Huntley. Slings it to Andrews, and it's complete. The tight end has it. And they get to him after a gain of 6 to the 46. From the 46, here's 2nd and 4. That one into the hands of Flowers. And taking it across midfield and just shy of the 40. 12 yards there as they keep this drive rolling. It's another 1st down. Back to the ground with Etienne. And very little there. He might have gotten a yard. Yeah, I think he got a yard to the 41.
Oh, there's plenty of traffic waiting for him up the middle. But give him credit, he tried barreling through anyway. They're fortunate to get a yard out of that one.
Here's Huntley. That's taken in, Dontavian Wicks. And he's going to get this down near the 30-yard line. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Huntley working from the gun. A short throw caught by Andrews. That'll go for a gain of 7. And that will bring up 2nd down.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 22-yard line.
Huntley looks to throw. Throw caught by Flowers. And they keep those sticks moving forward, that time with a gain of 3. Final minute now in the 3rd quarter. On 1st and 10, it's Etienne. And he's got this one down to the 10. 9 yards is the pickup there, and they'll have a 2nd and 1.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard at the 10-yard line.
His pass caught at the 4. So a decent gain there on the play, but that all gets wiped out with a penalty.
Well, that's a setback, but all the good play callers, they just move on. They find something else in the playbook that can attack this defense, and they go right back on the offensive on this play.
And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down, but a nice little gain. Without the previous penalty, that would have been a 1st down. Instead, it's just a gain of 10. 1 quarter remains here on a Sunday night. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports, as we're about ready to rock and roll for the 4th and final quarter. Looking to throw here, Huntley. Working the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. He didn't get the touchdown, but he did get the 1st down as he's tackled at the 1.
And in a lot of ways, that catch is expected. Red zone presence, and that one was realized there. You've got to find your tight end in that situation.
So 1st and goal, 6 points here would go a long way toward wrapping this one up. And they'll run with Etienne. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Travis Etienne, his 3rd rushing touchdown on the year. And the Dragons add on to their lead, and it's looking like that win streak is going to extend another week.
Well, he'd been the workhorse on this drive, and it would have been unfair to bring someone else in to finish the job. So they go back to him again, and he delivers with a touchdown run.
Extra point up and good by Folk, and that pushes the lead up to 11. So that one a 13-play drive in total.
And it was capped off by a Travis Etienne touchdown run.
Folk now set to boot it after his guys put 6 on the board.
And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line. Columbus's offense just about ready to go again. Well, that last touchdown we just saw, what an important one. Now it's back to a 2-score deficit for this crew as they take the field here, and they are in desperate need of finding the end zone. That's into the hands of Tutu Atwell.
And they're able to get this one across the 35. The drive starting with a first down, 11 yards on that pickup. Working from the gun, it's Carr. Throw left side, complete. That's Coleman. And a 6-yard gain gets him right around the 43.
Line of scrimmage, the 43 on 2nd and 4.
Here's Carr to throw.
And this throw incomplete. And the defender all over him that time, and it's going to lead to 3rd down.
They'll bring the tight end in motion right. To throw is Carr.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Well, the other day they told us when we've got 3rd and 5 or less, we have to be able to convert. And I guess every team would say that, Charles, but an opportunity missed there.
What they were trying to tell us is they believe it's a matchup game at that point, and they liked some matchups that they had, thought they could exploit them, unable to do so on that play.
The time to pull out the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down.
So this offense able to convert on 4th, and now a fresh set of downs here, 1st and 10.
And this one goes nowhere. Losing yardage on the play back at the 46. Now Carr. Pressure comes and down he goes. A long way to go here on 3rd down for the 8th play of the drive.
To the right side here, caught by Kincaid.
All right, they're going to try and keep hope alive here on 4th down. They're going for it. Over the middle, the catch by Coleman. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40.
So the 4th down conversion has him inside the 40 now, 1st and 10. That one's taken in by Spears. Well, hang on now, we're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Now 2nd and 4.
Again, it's Carr.
A short throw pulled in by Kincaid.
And tackled down after a gain of 3. Leaves him with 1 yard to go on 3rd down. Carr.
That is caught. And he is going to have the 1st down, and that is going to take us to the 2-minute warning.
Down under 2 minutes to go in this football game.
All 3 timeouts remain, but they've got to score quick. It's 1st and 10.
Carr. That's caught. It's Coleman. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this.
Carr to throw.
To the goal line, but it's incomplete.
That's certainly not the worst thing. It stops the clock and lets your offense catch its breath and lets us exhale a little bit. Now I expect them to call a couple plays in the huddle, so they're ready if a tackle happens inbounds.
Here's Carr.
And he's got his man in stride, complete. And they corral him just a couple yards shy of the end zone.
Here we go, 1st and goal.
And this is caught now for a late touchdown. So hold everything here. This one's not over yet.
I'm not sure win-win is the proper term here, but it certainly felt like it. They got the touchdown they needed, but if I'm on the defensive side of the ball, okay, you got the touchdown, but it sure took you a long time.
Yeah, because offensively there, you're probably hoping for a 1 to 5 play drive. That one ate up a little more time than they were hoping.
You're exactly right, and if you have that 1 to 5 play drive, you actually build up momentum and even more hope. When they had to slog their way downfield, they got the touchdown, but it's almost like, yeah, you know,
doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
So they got one of the 2 touchdowns they needed. Now for the onside kick. And the hands team does its job. They're able to secure it. And that's why you have your hands team out there on the field. Those are the best guys ready to make that play.
And let's face it, it was executed well. It wasn't a bad kick. It wasn't anything like that. Just that the normal outcome actually came to play. Analytics will tell you it's a very low possibility of getting the ball for the team kicking it in an onside kick situation.
You're all about the numbers, aren't you?
All about the numbers, baby. It's a new game now.
They don't lie. We've got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down. And he's dropped right at the 40. Gain of 3. Now a second timeout called for by the defense as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Another run on second down, trying to cover up. Now the defense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Huntley to throw. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is going to have a first down here. And that should be the one that seals a victory. And this defense, they needed that one more stop to have any chance. But that completion, that's likely going to seal their fate.
And you could hear it in your voice, that one more stop.
I feel their pain.
Oh, it was so important. They just didn't get it done. Wow, what a way to finish this one off.
They'll go ahead and take the knee here, and the unbeaten season will continue. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And I think the game balls need to be distributed on the defensive side of the football, and I bet that you would agree.
Yeah, if you hold a team under 10 points, that's a job well done. Really well done. So I would say game balls for every starter and every key player who participated in this game.
Now, see, I only like one game ball. You're handing out multiple. Although I set you up by saying game balls plural, but
I like where we're going with this. Though you say one to represent like the best player of all of that, and I say multiples so that you keep everyone motivated and involved.
You're a man of the people.
I'm a man of the people. I thought I was the only child.
You get a game ball, and you get a game ball. Game balls for everybody. So for Tokyo, they remain as hot as anyone, 6-0 now through the first month and a half. And they'll get to stay home again next week. Meanwhile, for Columbus, they can't quite seem to turn things around as they fall into 2-4 now on the year. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road.